Oh, okay. Got a brief delay here, but I'll welcome you back. I see all of our jurors are present. We're waiting for this to come up. I'll give you a minute for whatever you need, so that we can, so Mr. Durst can have a simultaneous transcript. Mr. Durst is present with Mr. Chesnoff and Mr. DeGuerin. Mr. Lewin is at the lectern. Mr. Milley is at council table. We have Mr. Miata, Mr. Henderson, and Mr. Balian. And I'm glad to see you all back. And we all need to be very careful with all of the cases of the Delta variant. It is a dangerous situation. There are exceptions I have made that I'm required to make when for persons who might have difficulty wearing masks when speaking, and so I have allowed that, but we do need to be as careful as we can, and even those persons are required to put their masks back on as when you're not speaking. Dr. Loftus, thank you. So let me see, are we ready? Not yet. I'll give you a minute. We want that to work. Yes, good morning, Mr. President. Good morning. Good. All right, this moment of tranquility was, I hope you enjoyed that moment. Now, back to the adversarial process, and we will. All right, so Dr. Loftus, as I mentioned, has returned to the witness stand. I'll remind you that you remain under oath.
Yes.
And Mr. Lewin, you may continue with your cross-examination of the witness.
Dr. Loftus, I promise we're almost 3/4 done. I'm just kidding. I promise we'll be done before the lunch hour.
Objection.
I can go on longer, sure. So when we left off last Thursday, we left off very suddenly, kind of in the middle of something, and I just want to make sure that where we are. You had just given your answer. I'd asked you a hypothetical about the 6 to 8 witnesses, most of whom did not know each other, all of whom had said they never discussed anything with each other, and all of whom had said that either they had no outside information or they had an extremely strong memory of the actual statements from the close friend about her participation in helping to cover up a murder, and that they were not influenced in any way by any outside statements or outside information. Do you remember that hypothetical?
Something like that, yes.
And I asked you then, the question was, would you agree that in such a scenario, if that were true, that the witness memories, would they absolutely corroborate each other? And you responded, quote, if that had happened and there was no suggestion and you had multiple people versus a single person, you could call it corroboration and it would produce a tendency of wanting to think the gist was accurate. Do you recall saying that?
Something like that.
And then I asked you if in that scenario, would such, if each of those hypothetical facts were true, be consistent or inconsistent with the implantation of false memory to those 6 to 8 people? And you responded, in that hypothetical, I would say there is no evidence of any implantation. Do you recall saying that?
Something like that.
And that still reflects both of those, your opinions, correct?
Yes.
And then I asked you, and this is where we were, I asked you, I would assume that the reason you did not give a qualifier in those two answers is because you agree that no qualifier was necessary. Would that be correct?
I was comfortable with the answer I gave.
Okay, so again, doctor, if you can, I'm going to ask my question again. You would agree in what I just read to you, your answers were, there was no qualifier, correct?
I didn't hear one, no.
Okay, so I want you to assume that those were the answers that you gave. You have previously testified that you are extremely careful in all of your answers, which is why you have given qualifiers, including when I asked you whether the earth was round and you responded probably. Do you recall that testimony?
Well, something like that. You'd have to read it back to me.
Well, this was just from last week, so I'm not talking about the exact words. Would you agree, doctor, that when I pressed you on the idea that you seemed to give qualifiers for nearly every opinion I asked, you responded that as a scientist that you needed to be very careful, in essence, in the answers you gave. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
So my question is, I would assume then that the reason you gave no qualifier at all to those two hypotheticals that I just went through is because you decided, based on the information in the hypothetical, that no qualifier was necessary. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right, I had a follow-up question regarding your work on the case. I want to know how many of the approximately 73 to 77 hours that you billed on this case were spent watching actual video of witnesses and not simply going through transcripts?
I don't know.
Well, can you give an estimate, doctor? Was it half your work? Was it a small amount?
It was a large amount.
So, doctor, you would agree that in going through the witnesses you listed, and again, we're not talking about, I want to be clear, I don't want your opinion about any of the witnesses. We're not going to talk about names. I'm just talking about as a group. You indicated that you went through, you were given 41 different witnesses of statements to go through. Would you agree?
Either part or all of some number. I don't remember if it was 41.
Well, I want you to assume for a moment that Mr. Chesnoff has indicated in the discovery that you were given statements to review of 41 witnesses. Does that sound about right?
I got information on perhaps that many people, yes.
So my question to you would be, you would agree, doctor, and again, I don't want you to name any particular witness. There were certain witnesses who had almost that many hours worth of video, one witness to watch. Would you agree?
I don't know.
Well, so doctor, the question would be then that if you're saying that you primarily reviewed video, and if some of these witnesses that we're talking about themselves occupied 3-4 days of video, how would you have had the time to have actually seen video of these witnesses? Did you just look at little snippets?
I might.
I want to object on the relevancies.
I might not have watched all the videos. I probably didn't.
Well, when you say probably didn't, doctor, that's a qualifier. You would agree. And again, you are aware now that there are witnesses in this case where there would be just in court testimony, 15, 20, 25 hours of video to watch, correct?
I don't know the number, but I did not watch all the trial, no.
Doctor, you didn't even watch all of the conditional examinations or videotaped interviews leading up to the trial, did you?
I doubt it.
Well, when you say you doubt it, at 73 hours, doctor, wouldn't it be, rather than doubt it, it would be a physical impossibility, correct?
Perhaps, maybe. I know you
Okay.
won't like that, but maybe.
Okay, that was, that was,
I'm reconsidering the objection.
Thank you.
doctor, I'm going to take one more shot here. If it's your testimony that you spent 73 to 77 hours, is it a fair response on your part to only say probably or maybe that I didn't go through the majority of videotaped testimony on this case? Or would a more accurate and fair answer be simply, no, I didn't do that?
I doubt that I reviewed all the material, but I spent many more than those 77 hours.
All right. And doctor, you would agree that to properly assess and to give a complete opinion on what's going on, you need to look at all of the available statements of the witness, correct?
Objection, irrelevant.
Yes, sustain.
You're on relevance grounds?
Yes. 352.
352, okay. All right, I want to talk for a moment, one question about your work on Harvey Weinstein. In re-listening to your testimony, I re-listened to all of it, I noticed that when you were asked about your fees, you said that you, quote, settled on a fee of $14,000, but I didn't ask you what had your fees been before you, quote, settled.
At the time, I quoted $600 an hour, and they, the office people I was interacting with said that there were all kinds of financial problems and asked me if I would agree 4 days in New York, and we didn't know it would be 4 days, for $14,000, and I agreed to that figure.
But hadn't you already spent time going over materials before that?
That was not part of that case.
So
No.
that case was simply, without going reviewing anything, you're just coming to court and testifying for the $14,000, no prep work. Is that
I
correct?
was a teaching expert in that case. No specifics about the people, the specific people were permitted or offered.
Okay. I want to go back, doctor, to my questions regarding Rule 306. Last week, I asked you a question about ethics, and you said, if you recall, you needed more time to think about it. The question involved whether or not you would agree that it would be an ethical violation, a conflict of interest, for you to take on a case as an expert witness for the defense where a family member of yours was the named victim. Last week when I asked you, you said you needed more time to think about the issue, whether there would be a conflict or an ethical violation. And as you recall, at the time, I said to you, you know what, I'm going to return to this near the end of my questioning when you've had time to think about it. So now that you've had that time, can you tell me what your answer would be?
I read the two sentences in that guideline from the psychology organization, and I agree that if there is a question that you might not be as competent or objective or effective, you should refrain from participating. That makes sense to me.
So doctor, you've now explained the rule, so now applying the rule to that situation, would you agree then that certainly you could not be objective in testifying as an expert witness where a family member was the named victim? Would you agree?
I disagree with that.
Okay. I want to move on to a couple of my last areas here. Would you agree, doctor, that in evaluating the accuracy and/or credibility of any witness, when they are repeating a statement by somebody else? So you have a group of witnesses who allege they heard a statement from somebody else, from the same person. Following my question so far?
Yes?
Okay. would you agree that there really are only kind of three choices? Either the testifying witness themselves is lying, knowingly. Number two, the testifying witness is not lying, but they're mistaken about the substance of the original memory. Or that three, the testifying witness is neither lying nor mistaken about the original memory of what the close friend told them, that in actuality, the issue would be that the close friend was lying when they said it. Would you agree that those three possibilities would cover the situation in terms of you looking at the memories of witnesses reporting prior conversations with a witness? Would you agree?
I agree, those are three alternative possibilities,
Right.
yes.
And would you agree, Doctor, that in terms of those possibilities, that as an expert on memory, that the only one of those three that you're qualified to discuss, you're not qualified to say whether the witnesses are lying. You would agree that's up to the jury, right?
That's, yes,
Okay, you would agree you're not qualified to say whether or not the original source of the information was lying. That's, again, up to the jury, correct?
yes,
The only of those three possibilities, the only area where you would be able to render an expert opinion would be if, in fact, the theory is these witnesses are not lying. They are simply mistaken in their memories. Would you agree?
that's exactly what I study, when people say things that are not authentic, but they are not deliberately lying. That's the only expertise I have.
Right. And you would agree there is a fourth possibility, though, correct? And that would be that the witnesses are not lying and they're not inaccurate repeating what was told to them, and that the source of the information was not lying when they said it. You would agree that's a fourth possibility, correct?
Yes,
And you would agree that in deciding those possibilities, that's the jury's job. Is that right?
absolutely.
And finally, you would agree that as an expert, your appropriate role is simply to explain to the jury your belief and your experience of how memory works, right?
Yes,
And you would agree that in testifying as an expert witness, you're not in any way suggesting that any memory in this case was implanted. You're just saying, here's how memories can be implanted. And jury, you need to figure out if it happened in this case. Is that right?
yes,
You would also agree that the jury, who has heard all the evidence of the case, they're in the best position to decide which of these scenarios is correct. Would you agree?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to go to my last area right now. You have previously related in your prior testimony, in profile pieces, and in fact, you testified about it during this case, that you have kind of difficulty acknowledging or discussing your accomplishments, kind of acknowledging your ego. Is that correct?
Well, I would prefer that other people mention the accomplishments rather than I do it, yes.
In fact, you were asked this exact question. I asked this to you during the Jackson case in 2012 at page 148, lines 4 through 6, where I asked you, ma'am, you don't have a problem acknowledging your ego, correct? And you responded, I disagree with that. I do have a problem. Does that encompass your belief in this area?
I'm not sure. I believe that I may have said that 13 years ago, but I'm not going to disagree with it now.
Okay. And in your 1996 book, The Diva of Disclosure, you stated on page 2 of that book, quote, I keep thinking of Oscar Schindler circling the lake with thousands of people. If I could save one more person. Can you indicate, since you've compared yourself to Oscar Schindler, who's Oscar Schindler?
There are falsehoods in your assumption in your question, so I can't answer the question.
Well, Doctor, have you not, in The Diva of Disclosure, on page 2 of your book, did you not say, I keep thinking of Oscar Schindler circling the lake with thousands of people if I could save one more person?
I never wrote a book by that title. You'll have to show me what you're talking about.
Are you familiar with an article or a book called The Diva of Disclosure?
There was an article in the 90s written by somebody else not written by me.
Doctor,
There was a title, something like that.
did you give that quote?
Your Honor, we've never seen this, by the way.
Wait, what?
He says he hasn't seen it. That's
Well, I
okay.
don't-
That's not. Wait. If you're going to present it to the witness, show it. Otherwise, you.
Let's put it up.
No, put it up, Your Honor. Show it to the.
Show it to the council.
Show it to counsel. Okay, but what's the publication?
Psychology.
She's interviewed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Doctor, did you do an interview? Let me correct myself. A lot of sources to keep track of. This was not a book. This was an article called The Diva of Disclosure. Why don't you put it up, Mr. Millian? Put up the title page, please. This was an article in Psychology of Today on you by Jim Nymar. Does that
Jill.
refresh your recollection at all?
Jill.
Jill Nymar, thank you, sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to go, and I want you to read, starting with "But Act 5" out loud, please.
But Act 5 is yet to come and may never end. For how do these innocently accused individuals put their lives back together? It is the theme that haunts Elizabeth Loftus. Quote, I keep thinking of Oscar Schindler circling the lake with thousands of people, she says without a trace of irony, though she adds that she realizes people may misinterpret the statement as one of hubris. If I could save one more person.
Doctor,
He accused have been shot at, ostracized, imprisoned, interrogated, lost jobs, homes, and forced to fight lawsuits that have sometimes bankrupted them. In some cases, the charges seem entirely false. As Wall Street Journal writer Dorothy Rabinowitz writes of the notorious Emerald case, where 3 members of a family were accused of molesting the children in their model daycare center. Quote, no reasonable person who looked at the trial transcript could doubt that 3 innocent citizens were sent to prison on the basis of some of the most fantastic claims ever presented to an American jury, end quote.
So doctor, are you telling me that you literally forgot until you read this, that you compared yourself to Oscar Schindler?
It doesn't say that. I'm sorry. Objection, mischaracterizes what's in the article. It's, in fact.
Okay, let's have our first sidebar of the day. All right, let's,
May I continue, Your Honor?
yes. Go ahead.
Doctor, so the question I have for you is, you would agree that the quote, bringing up Oscar Schindler, that was you bringing up Oscar Schindler, correct?
It said I was thinking about him.
Right, but I'm just saying, it's not the reporter asked you about Oscar Schindler. You interjected Oscar Schindler into this, correct?
Yes.
And my question to you is, Doctor, do you really think it is a fair comparison to equate yourself as an expert witness charging $700 per hour to a man who helped the Jews avoid execution in the Holocaust? Is that a fair comparison?
I wasn't comparing myself to him. He is somebody who said, I wish I had more time to save one more person, and that's exactly how I feel. I wish I had more time to save one innocent person.
Like Tim Hennis?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the agreement.
No. Well, she responded to the question. That's my, like Tim Hennis, correct?
352. I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I'll try to get us out of here before lunch.
Okay, if not, you take the time you need.
Thank you. First question, Doctor, are you related to Bob?
No,
Okay. Related to any of us?
no,
Okay, so this case has nothing to do with who you're related to or the ethics of that, correct?
correct.
I'm going to show you the chart, which we previously worked with. Your Honor, I've marked it as next in order, which is defense G.
G.
Correct? G, exactly, I like that. Your Honor, I would move for its admission along with the CV, which was F, which we previously introduced.
All right, we will discuss that.
Thank you. Please tell us again how acquisition is defined.
Acquisition is a period of time, a phase where some event occurs. It could be a visual event, it could be a conversation, it could be any kind of event, and some information then might enter a person's memory at that time.
And then again, explaining retention.
Once that event is over and time is passing, that's the retention phase, and then new factors come into play that can affect memory at the retention phase.
And then the retrieval phase.
Retrieval is when somebody tries to remember what happened, tries to answer questions, testify in court. These are all acts of retrieval, and there, of course, can be many occasions where somebody is trying to retrieve information.
You spent 77 hours reviewing materials that were provided to you by Mr. Durst's lawyers, correct?
Yes.
And you did that yourself, correct?
Well, some of those hours were spent in having conversations about the material.
Correct, but you didn't have like a graduate assistant reading it or an associate read it. You did it all yourself.
No, I did everything myself, yes.
Okay. And we didn't ask you to look at everything because your testimony was going to be limited to teaching the jury about how memory works, not about the particular witnesses in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Did I ever ask you, or did Mr. DeGuerin ever ask you to give an opinion on Mr. Durst's guilt or innocence?
No.
In fact, have you ever even met Mr. Durst?
No, I've not met him, actually, personally, no.
Have you ever talked to him?
I believe I waved to him once,
In court.
in court. Yeah, I've never talked to him, though.
And he
No.
waved back?
I think he waved back, or he maybe waved first, I'm not sure.
So please tell the jury what you understood you were hired for.
To communicate information about the nature of memory, the kinds of things that can affect memory, the malleability of memory, when people do develop false memories or exaggerated memories or changed memories, what their characteristics are, that they can be detailed and confident and even emotional about false memories. The nature of memory.
How do leading questions affect witnesses' memories?
Well, leading questions can come into play at the retrieval phase and can contaminate what a person remembers, and then can also act like post-event information and affect what people remember subsequently when they try to retrieve at a later time.
Can being interviewed where there are multiple people present, multiple law enforcement people present, impact memories based on the studies?
I'm not sure I can point to a study where if there's a single law enforcement versus multiple, whether that would affect the accuracy. As I sit here, I can't think of a study that would really allow me to answer that one way or another.
Are there studies that can explain to the jury how being interviewed with hypotheticals can impact memory?
Yes, there are studies that show if you give people kind of a hypothetical situation, sometimes people will remember that hypothetical as if it were something that happened or something they experienced. That can be a form of post-event suggestion.
Can leading questions cause the same issues?
Yes.
Repeated leading questions?
If you repeat the post-event suggestion, it maximizes its suggestive effect. It increases it. Sorry.
I'm sorry. What impact would persistent interrupting questions have on a witness?
From my own experience here in court, it's kind of stressful.
And what does stress do in terms of people's memory?
Well, stress is not particularly good for memory.
Can you explain to the jury why?
Well, sometimes it leads to distracting thoughts and you can lose your focus.
Can it also lead to having information imparted that you really didn't remember?
Yeah, there is evidence that if people are sometimes aroused, they can be more susceptible to contamination.
How about if a person has a false memory? Can that person still be convinced that they remember that which is untrue? In other words, you have a false memory, you really don't know that it's false in some instances, correct?
That's true. In all of these studies, when people succumb to the suggestion that they're exposed to, they don't realize that their recollections have been distorted or contaminated. It feels like a recollection to them.
Now, in the course of your years of work, have you lectured to lawyers in continuing legal education settings?
Many times, yes.
And can you explain to the jury the purpose of your lectures?
Objection, relevance, read-through outside the scope of cross.
Overruled.
Well, I have done lots of lecturing to different members of the legal profession, to lawyers, many defense attorneys, also groups of prosecutors, particularly back in 1983 to the Arizona prosecutors after a, well, maybe this is saying too much, but after a conviction was overturned when my testimony was excluded, and so the prosecutors invited me to lecture to their group. Then all kinds of law enforcement agencies, some of which I mentioned earlier in this testimony, the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA, and other groups.
Do you vary your lecture on the science of memory when you're talking to different groups, or do you tell people your science? How does that work?
I tell them about the science, and and about what I and many other scientists have learned about the nature of memory, and the whole effects of interviewing and other things that are relevant to the legal profession.
Have you provided scientific information that has caused law enforcement in the photo lineup situation to change their practices?
Well, it's not just my work, but the work of me and many others have changed the way law enforcement agencies actually conduct their interviews and their testing, yes.
And that's based on the studies and the work that you've done and that you've studied, correct?
Well, I don't want to take full credit for it, but some of the work that I've done, but also many other scientists who've worked in the same field and who have communicated these scientific findings to law enforcement to affect those changes in the way things are being done.
So the law enforcement people have taken what you and other people like you in your field have said about memory and modified the way they do things so that it's more consistent with getting a true memory. Is that fair?
Since facts not in evidence, it also is going to call for hearsay. There's also lack of foundation, and it's also 352 and irrelevant both.
Oh, that's everything.
Let's see.
If I hit 4 out of 5, I'd be in the Hall of Fame.
Okay, hold on. True memory. Overruled.
That objection was so long that I forgot the question.
Would you like it read back?
Yes, please.
Madam Court Reporter, would you be kind enough to read it back?
Question, so the law enforcement people have taken what you and other people like you in your field have said about memory and modified the way they do things so that it's more consistent with getting a true memory, is that correct?
Yes, it is. I could give an example if it would help.
Please.
So, one kind of thing that law enforcement typically or frequently might do is take a witness to a crime and show them a lineup. The long-standing question is, who should conduct that lineup? Should it be the investigating officer, or should it be somebody who does not know who the suspect is?
Your Honor, objection relevant to 322 within the context of this case.
Well, no, it's overruled. It's
All right.
it's overruled. That's fine.
And in the past, many law enforcement agencies would have the investigating detective conduct the lineup. But now, after considerable research that shows that it is far better to have a person conduct the lineup who does not know who the suspect is, many agencies are changing the way they do things so that they do what is called blind testing. A person conducts the lineup who doesn't know who the suspect is, so they cannot inadvertently cue the witness to try to pick number 5, and they cannot give feedback to the witness after an identification is made, and thereby artificially inflate or deflate their confidence.
So your science has assisted law enforcement in those instances?
We think so, yes.
Mr. Lewin asked you about the 350 people that have been exonerated. You didn't exonerate them, did you? Didn't a judge or a court do that?
That's correct. This is the Innocence Project in New York, and they have provided information about 350 cases. I may have worked on a couple of those cases, but I'm not the person who does the exoneration. They have found evidence that proved to a court that these individuals were actually innocent.
I did one of these cases, and so my question is this. There are people who are exonerated by a court.
Do I need an objection, Your Honor, or it's an inappropriate question, the way it starts?
I suppose.
What?
Rephrase it.
Okay. Experienced lawyers volunteer, just like you sometimes volunteer, to help in these exoneration cases, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and when the person is exonerated, it is done by a court, correct?
yes.
Sometimes the district attorneys join in the request, correct?
In some cases, yes.
And those people who sat in jail that were not guilty of what they were put in jail for are victims in your mind, are they not?
They're suffering victims, but so are their extended family members.
And so when you were answering Mr. Lewin just now about your desire to be able to do this for as many people as possible, it's because you have experienced people who are victims of having been falsely convicted, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Lewin asked you about people who don't know each other having a similar memory. If the different people are questioned by the same person who asks leading questions, presents hypotheticals with other people on his team present, is it
Your
possible
Honor,
that...
this is an inappropriate hypothetical that does not reflect the
Okay.
evidence. We can go sidebar.
Okay. Let him finish it.
Thank you. If different people are questioned by the same person who asks leading questions, who presents hypotheticals with other people on his team present, can that impact them having a similar memory?
All right. I do think it does call for a... I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
We can talk sidebar if you like or not.
Okay, I'll withdraw it, Your Honor. How about if the different people with similar memories all were exposed to news accounts, movies, books, gossip, things like that? Can that impact their memory?
Improper hypothetical
Okay.
based on the evidence, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Those would be other examples of post-event suggestion that could contaminate the memory of people, even if they didn't talk with each other.
So people who don't know each other, who tell the same story, can have a false memory impacted by post-event suggestion, correct?
That can happen, yes.
Can one's opinion of the truthfulness of the person telling the story affect the acquisition process?
It could. If you are hearing a story from somebody you don't think is particularly truthful, you might not pay as much attention to it, and that would be one way in which the credibility of the speaker could affect acquisition.
So if the person is known as a liar, a storyteller, an exaggerator, a drama queen, that could have impact on the memory, correct?
It could.
What scientific effect does post-event information have on memory?
Well, I thought I've already testified about that, so I'll just be brief, that
Okay.
post-event information can supplement memory, can contaminate memory, can distort memory, distort your memory for the details of an event that actually did happen, and it can even plant entirely false memories in the mind of someone for something that didn't happen.
I probably did ask this. If I did, I apologize to everybody, but could you remind us what confidence inflation is?
Yes. When somebody gives you a memory report and they say, and they express a level of confidence, they might say, you know, I think that's true, or they give up maybe a low confidence number, 30% sure, or 50% sure, or they, in words, indicate kind of a lack of confidence, my memory is foggy. If you give them feedback if you give them post-event information that, for example, other people are saying the same thing, or some kind of information that reinforces this memory, you can inflate their confidence. They're not more accurate, but they become more confident because of that post-event feedback.
Couple more questions. Does the notoriety of the defendant affect the science of memory as far as you're concerned?
No.
You know, lawyers will take unpopular cases because of the Constitution, and doctors have the Hippocratic Oath. You tell the jury why it is that you testify on behalf of citizens that are accused of crime that have not been convicted.
Because we are living in a democratic society where even everyone has a right to be presumed innocent, and even unpopular people have a right to a trial, and thank goodness there are people who are willing to step in and make sure these rights are protected.
Is it easier for you to help the indigent when you do because you get paid by people in other cases that can afford your hourly rate?
Well, I don't know if it's easier. I mean, I can work on cases where I can be paid well, but I also, and throughout my career, I've worked for many poor people who couldn't really afford much of anything, and even, would stay at the home of a lawyer or someone to save the indigent defendant from having to spend money on a hotel room.
As a scientist, doctor, do you judge the defendant or do you leave that to the jury?
That's absolutely the jury's job.
Court's indulgence. No further questions, Your Honor.
I have a
All
little
right.
bit.
Okay, let's come back at 1:30.
All right.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll return right at 1:30. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on it. jurors are present. And now, with that, we can, Mr. Chestnut?
Can I ask one last question before Mr. Lowe begins?
Very well.
Out of an abundance of caution, did I buy you a 6-inch Subway sandwich and a bag of potato chips for lunch?
You did, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Additional compensation. You can cross-examine on that point and anything else.
You just might.
Mr. Lewis.
I would think he'd be better than Subway, but
And I'll remind you that you are under oath.
we'll try to get you out of it before that, whatever Subway makes their sandwiches out of goes through your system. So we'll try to hurry here. Doctor, you were asked some questions on redirect by Mr. Chesnoff regarding the confidence of witnesses in their memories. Do you recall a couple
Yes.
of questions that he asked you? Would you agree that there is a correlation in the studies between the confidence of a witness's memory and the accuracy?
Under many conditions, there is, yes.
I also want to ask you, you were asked a series of questions by Mr. Chesnoff regarding how your work has been applied to lineups. Do you recall those questions?
Oh, I answered about lineups.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you would agree, Doctor, there's no lineup issue whatsoever in this case, right?
Correct.
And would you agree that any testimony you're giving about either eyewitness identification, any statements you've made about, any statements about lineups, they are completely irrelevant to any of the issues presented here, right?
There is no lineup in this issue, but they're memory issues. And they sometimes apply to all kinds of memory for different kinds of material.
Right, so let me again, please listen to my question. Is there in any way an eyewitness identification issue in this case that you're aware of?
Well, there may be a voice identification issue.
You were asked questions and you've talked about in your research, in your testimony regarding some of the problems with eyewitness identification, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask again, are you aware, Doctor, of an eyewitness identification issue in this case?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of an issue involving a lineup in this case?
No.
By the way, did the defense, in going over, when they retain you, did they ever say to you, hey, doctor, our position in this case is either A, the witnesses are lying, or B, the witnesses are honest but mistaken, or C, the witnesses are neither lying nor mistaken, but that the original declarant was lying? Did they ever discuss with you or clarify with you, hey, what is their position?
No, I don't recall that kind of discussion.
As you sit here today, then you really don't have any idea with respect to this case which of the positions they're even going with. In other words, whether it's witnesses are lying, whether it's the witnesses are being honest but they're mistaken, or whether it's, no, you know what, they're not lying or mistaken, it was the original source that was lying. You don't know which of those three is even their position, is that right?
Well, I could make an educated speculation about that there's at least some concern that there may be a false memory or false belief in this case, because that's what my work is really all about.
That's kind of another way of saying that unless their position is number two, that the witnesses are mistaken but not lying, that's the only one of those possibilities that you're really equipped to testify about.
Objection, Your Honor. The first relevance.
That's relevant.
So beyond the scope.
I think that's outside the scope. I'll sustain it.
Doctor, you were asked some hypotheticals by Mr. Chesnoff. Is that correct?
Last week,
Last week and today, during your redirect, you were asked some hypotheticals by Mr. Chesnoff. Do you recall that?
yes.
As you sit here, is it fair to say that rather than assessing whether or not those hypotheticals actually relate to what happened in this case, you are assuming that the hypotheticals that he is giving you, that they are supported by facts, and then you are simply answering, assuming those facts are true. Is that right?
Yes, I'm answering, assuming that the hypothetical is what I'm responding to, yes.
And you would agree that if it turns out that the hypothetical facts that Mr. Chesnoff is giving you, if those hypothetical facts are inaccurate, then that certainly affects any conclusion that you draw. Mr. Chesnoff is nodding no as I'm asking my question, and that is,
I apologize, Your Honor,
well,
I'm sorry.
I'm not sure if he's coaching the witness or reacting to your question.
well,
But either
I'm more
way-
worried about number one.
Well, I think at this point in time, Your Honor, to suggest that I would coach Dr. Loftus.
No, please be
Well,
seated.
sir.
It's no argument here. It doesn't matter.
No.
Don't shake your head. It seems inadvertent.
Ma'am, so,
You go back to your question, please.
Doctor, if you can, so let me, again, so what I'm asking you is, would you agree
Yes, I should.
that if, in fact, the facts that Mr. Chesnoff gave you to assume to be true, if those facts are not true, you would agree that your conclusions based on those facts would have far less relevance than if the facts were true?
My response was to the hypothetical, and it assumes they're true, period.
Okay, so now if you can answer the question I just asked, let me say it again. Given that what you've just said, you would agree then that if the facts aren't true, then your answers that assume the facts to be true would have less value than if the facts he were giving you were true, correct?
I responded based on what the science would say about the hypothetical. If you want to change the hypothetical, maybe the science would not apply to it.
Doctor, so listen to my question again, please. What I'm asking you is, trying to make it as simple as I can. Mr. Chesnoff asked you to assume certain facts to be true. You've said you understand that, correct?
Yes?
You then gave opinions based on those facts being true, correct?
Yes?
If those facts were not true, were not supported by the evidence, you would have to agree that your conclusions, your response to those facts which are not true, would have less value, if any, than if those facts were true. Agreed?
Well, I wouldn't put it that way, but I would agree with it.
Well, okay, how would you put it?
You won't let me put it the way I want to put it.
I'm asking, please, I want you to explain how possibly that might be true.
I responded with what the science would say about a hypothetical that was presented to me. If the jury wants to decide that the hypothetical doesn't fit, then they can ignore the application of the science to it. But my science still applies to that hypothetical.
So, doctor, again, though, and please listen to my question.
Your
If
Honor, asked and answered now.
it's not asked and answered.
No. Try again.
Doctor, so please listen to my question. I really need an answer.
Your Honor, could you strike the please listen to my question part? I mean,
Yes, it's not necessary.
Your Honor, then I would ask the court to instruct the witness. What else can I do?
Ask the question. If you don't get the answer, move to strike it, or that it's non-responsive.
Okay.
Ask another question. You may communicate the idea you don't think the witness is answering the question by asking it again and again. But
All right.
you don't need to tell the witness anything.
Doctor, if you are giving a response and you are assuming that the facts that you are using to give that response are true, and those facts turn out not to be true, will you concede that your response would have less value because you are considering in your response that the facts are true?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, you mentioned that you've given lectures, and you mentioned a 1983 lecture in Arizona to prosecutors. Is that correct?
It might have been 84.
Right.
It was after 83.
Right. It's almost 40 years ago, correct?
Well, you do the math.
Okay. I guess that'd be 37 years ago. Would you agree?
Yes.
My question to you would be, Doctor, you would agree that your lecturing career, much like your testifying career, is in no way even close to equal. You primarily testify almost exclusively for the defense, and you primarily lecture not to the prosecution but to the defense. Agreed?
Certainly, I would say more lectures to defense groups, yes.
And more lectures to defense groups by an overwhelming margin, correct?
I would have to go check.
Well, you have your resume. If you would like a moment to review it, to refresh your recollection, go ahead.
I would say more, certainly more often to defense. There are a number of situations where I've talked to prosecutors and defense attorneys together at Northwestern University year after year after year, but it may still not add up to the number of times that I've talked to or been invited to lecture to defense groups or public defenders, for example.
And that Northwestern lecture series, that's related to their Innocence Project, correct?
No, I was, every year for many years, a program for prosecutors and defense attorneys.
Doctor, you testified that Mr. Chesnoff asked you, and you mentioned the Innocence Project, and you talked about 350 cases. You talked about this in your original direct. You talked about it in your redirect. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And you would agree, Doctor, that the extreme high majority of those cases, the way that the innocence was demonstrated was through DNA, correct?
I believe in that project, they're all, maybe virtually all DNA exonerations, yes.
Right. And I want to make sure, you didn't do any of the testing yourself, the DNA in those cases, right?
Correct.
So my question to you is, do you recall when I was asking you questions about Tim Hennis and the DNA in his case, and you were very skeptical? You mentioned it could have been contaminated. You mentioned I didn't see the results. My question is, Doctor, how come you are so skeptical about the DNA in Tim Hennis, but yet when you had no involvement in any of these 350 DNA exonerations, you treat it as if it is fact? Why is that?
I have read a fair amount of scholarship on the DNA exonerations in the Innocence Project cases. In the case of Tim Hennis, I had people writing to me concerned about the prospect of contamination. That's all I know. There are concerns amongst people who were involved.
And Doctor, considering your knowledge of DNA, which you just indicated that you've read up and you're aware of those exonerations, Doctor, are you aware of how it is that a person's semen, which would have to come from the person, can turn up? How does semen get created out of nothing?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain it. That's misleading.
All right. Doctor, this is my last area. You mentioned that everyone has a right to be presumed innocent. You talked about being willing to step in. Do you recall that testimony today a few minutes ago?
Yes.
About your work? Doctor, Mr. Chesnoff also asked you, well, is the work that you do getting paid your $700 an hour?
600.
No, it's now $7, Mr. Chesnoff.
We paid 6.
Doesn't sound like an objection, Your Honor.
No, please, no heckling.
Your current rate today is $700 an hour, correct, Doctor?
Yes?
Okay, so
Not in this case.
it was 600, now it's 700, correct?
Not in this case.
I understand. Going forward, when you do work, it is $700 an hour, is that right?
Yes.
So you're also making, you said, somewhere in the area of $260,000, $270,000 a year from your professorship at Irvine. Is that correct?
I gave a number that was approximately that, but not that. Go ahead.
So you're, okay, but is it approximately that?
Yes?
And would you agree, doctor, that the idea that you need to charge $700 an hour in order to be able to work with indigent defendants, is that your testimony?
No, that's not my testimony.
In fact, doctor, when
I
you're
never
charging
said that.
$700 an hour to Harvey Weinstein or Bill Cosby or Robert Durst, you're still getting your salary from UC Irvine.
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, the assumes tax, she's...
Yes.
Do you want me to cover it? She's already testified.
I sustain the
All right, I'll
objection,
cover it.
Mr. Lewin.
I'll cover it. Doctor, isn't it true that you were paid, your fee was approximately $600 to $700 an hour with Bill Cosby?
I believe it. I was charging $600 an hour when I consulted on that case.
And you testified previously in the Weinstein case that you were receiving $600 per hour. Is that correct?
Well, that was the fee that I quoted, but I made the arrangement that I discussed for the New York case.
And you said that you're receiving $600 per hour in this case, correct?
Well, I think, given your antics, it's probably down to $450 an hour now.
Gosh, I hope you'll be able to get by.
I'll try.
Move to strike, Your Honor. Never mind, it's okay.
So, doctor,
Let it stay.
No, I'm striking.
the antics I'd like stricken as well, Your Honor.
I'm striking the whole dialogue.
Okay, so doctor,
Let's just start over.
my question is this. If you are making $600 to $700 an hour testifying or working on cases for people like Mr. Durst and Mr. Weinstein and Mr. Cosby, is it really your testimony that you need to charge that to be able to work on cases involving the indigent?
I never said that. That's not my testimony.
In fact, doctor, you're charging that money because, as you've said, that's what witnesses get in your area, at least on the high end, and that you believe that, in the end, that's what you're worth, right?
What I testified about is that I have discovered that many experts who are younger than me and much less experienced are charging quite a bit more, even one recently charging $1,500 an hour.
So, doctor, the question, though, is I just want to make sure that we're getting the facts out here. It's not your position, as Mr. Chesnoff suggested in redirect, that you have to take these high-paying cases to supplement the other work you do. Is that correct?
And, that is not my testimony,
Right.
no.
In the end, doctor, you're collecting your salary from UCI and you're collecting your expert witness fees because this is America and we're a capitalist country and you can charge what you want and people will pay it. That's what you get, correct?
Yes?
No further questions?
Anything else?
I do, but I'm not letting him get up again, so no.
Well, so, Your Honor, there's got to be a consistency of rules here. I mean, if I don't mind.
Conceded. Okay, it's, Mr. Chesnoff.
I have no further questions.
Yeah, thank you. May this witness be excused.
May she stay? Yes, but Your Honor, Dr. Loftus has asked if she could remain.
Okay?
I hope it's off the clock, but I don't have an issue.
I hope it's off the clock, too.
All right.
Probably not as much as your client,
Yes,
Mr.
but
DeGuerin.
she may be excused from further testimony.
We don't have any issue with her remaining in the court.
Okay, so you are excused. You may remain in the courtroom if you like.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Dr. Loftus.
Next witness.
Your Honor, I think we need to take a brief break before we...
Depends who the next witness is. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Well, the next witness will be Mr. Durst, Your Honor.
All right. you believe we need a break. We only need to change the seating. Is there something else I need to do?
Yes, the seating, and some additional issues with, just to make sure that.
Yes, that's right.
Logistics.
Right, we've got to get the, set up a desk with the, there are a couple logistical things in the room. So we're going to take a break. I think we can do 10 minutes right now. I think that's enough. No, 15? All right, Deputy Washington advises 15, and I follow Deputy Washington's suggestions. So, 15-minute break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. Videographers. You want to ask your questions from where? No, you're in front of jurors. You're blocking the view of about 5 jurors.
Yes. Okay.
Well, he's not gonna be here, he's gonna be down there. So, how about would a microphone help you? Does that?
I don't know.
Well, he's gonna, he's gonna have the cart reporter's gonna he's gonna have that in front of him. She's gonna report whatever anyone says. It's accurate, isn't it?
Well, there's ellipses and it's not completely verbatim. It's very close.
And will he be audible? Will he be
He will
audible?
be audible if he's got a microphone.
Okay, well, if I give him my microphone, then I'm not sure what microphone to give to you. Let's see.
We have this to put in front of him at the table. This
Okay.
iPad and a microphone.
Right, but now Mr. DeGuerin is worried about being audible to his client.
Yeah, I am very concerned about that.
We can test it, I suppose. We can test whenever, I'm not sure when Deputy Washington is ready to move him, but
Which courtroom are you
I could actually, if I,
media request was still
Okay.
photography.
That's a different mic, I just want to make sure.
I've got a media request for still photography, which would be from the local paper. That would be, I'm inclined to grant it if it's silent, but I don't know your feelings.
no, we have no objection.
Okay. Any problem?
Well, put me in more cameras here than in first one.
No, I know about that. Okay, thank you.
He's going to talk about it.
Yeah, that his screen.
Screen?
Oh, your mic?
Yeah.
If it'll fit. Is he just gonna grab that screen and we're gonna put
Yeah,
it
I
on
think that table was for the.
for a screen and the microphone or just?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Screen
it
and
has to be.
Dick,
Your arm rest is
Dick, you want to try the podium because you're setting a precedent. If you sit here, then John's going to sit there. Do you really want John to sit right in front of you?
Your Honor, I just wanted to make sure if.
No, I know you. No kidding. I get it. I mean, that's an issue.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I think the thought of it is,
Put the podium here.
Basically, that's, you see that screen that's in front of him, the silver screen? That's gonna go on the table as well.
Let me put the podium right here.
When you get that into position, then I'll just put this right next to it. I won't take up any room.
Yeah, we're gonna wait for him to get wheeled over here before we move the table.
Which has camera? Sure, okay. How do you feel about, is that, that's, it's okay? Okay. No. Are you okay with it?
Yeah, okay.
If they, thanks for the reminder. I'm gonna ask them about that also, about waiving his presence. If he's not here, you don't need to be here. So where is Mr. Chestnut? In the back? When he comes out, we'll discuss that.
My preference is to be here.
Is it gonna work?
Well, my preference is to be right here.
If it's okay with the camera and you realize that you're gonna have Mr. Lewis
Your Honor, we don't need Mr. Durst here for that.
or and them too, but you know, they're gonna come. But, and this is just to, I've identified, I sent out an email today, there's about 10 paragraphs that are still up in the air, in my view, in the jury instructions.
Yeah, that's not my part of the case, so I'm,
Okay.
but he's gonna be in a appointment. I believe that's why we're-
I did, give her consent, so hopefully she will.
Check, 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 check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Thank you.
After you. You want to see it down or you want?
Was I slower than guys?
No, I like you better and Stephanie better.
I was not slower today?
There was, parts there were.
I thought I was slower.
In terms of this speech,
No, they want me to.
Definitely for Mr. Durst, please.
This will go very slow. Because
No, I know, but.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, if he's gonna come up here or.
You can try here first. But if not, you move. How about you sit next to Bill? You can sit in front of him with your back to the audience, or you want to stand?
He's got a minute. It's just a week.
Check, check, check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, it's a shotgun mic, so it's not great. It's not Durst.
As I was watching John, I'm like, he's not controlling that right now. So he tapped into this monitor somehow. These are all on. Oh, not anymore. Okay. And there's no reason for me.
Just about that. Very good. You. Thank you.
So he's gonna stand here for now.
Yeah, that's why I brought it.
What's the battery life on that thing? Oh, they plugged it in. The screen. Yeah, the little screen.
Oh, you could.
He's actually going to be up there.
Yes, I have another one.
Oh,
How long did those things last? The battery? Will it last?
3 hours.
Oh.
I have another one there. I don't want to go this. Echo is connected to the.
Is there a power source?
I honestly, it lasts a long time, but I
It
just
does
haven't-
last a long time?
Yeah, I
Okay.
just haven't really.
I mean, it hasn't been a problem before.
Yeah, the mic, he's gotta talk into the mic, he can hold it.
Okay, I have to hold it.
I'll let the bailiff give it to him.
Where do you get the question?
If he can hold it. No, can you give it to him? Let the bailiff give it to him. Thought that move it over this way, make a little space, and alters and alternates are present. Mr. Durst is present with Mr. DeGuerin and Mr. Chesnoff, and of course we have Mr. Lewin, Mr. Milius, Mr. Miata, Mr. Bailey, and Mr. Henderson. And Mr. DeGuerin, you've called Mr. Durst is a witness. Deputy Washington, you may give him he may need to hold that microphone. The my microphone. I've given him. We'll see if he's audible, but I think he may need my microphone, which is fine. And we have our lovely judicial assistant. You'll please come forward so you can give him his oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may remain seated for this, Mr. Durst.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you could please state your first and last name for the record.
I don't hear you.
Can you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Robert Durst. R-O-B-E-R-T D-U-R-S-T.
Thank you.
And may I move up there, Your Honor?
Yes, you may sit near Mr. Durst.
Bob? Did you kill Susan Berman?
No,
Do you know who did?
no, I do not.
Do you realize you have an absolute right not to testify?
I am aware of that.
Do you want to testify in your own behalf?
Yes,
I want to first ask you about some of your health problems. Are you hard of hearing?
I am hard of hearing.
You have hearing aids. Do they help?
I have hearing aids.
Do they help?
Yes,
Are you able to hear me without using that screen in front of you?
no,
Want to ask about your health problems first.
I've got lots of them.
We've got all day.
The health problems that affect me every day, all the time, are hydrocephalus, which means my balance is no good. I was operated on and given a shunt, which you can see on my hairline. The shunt is supposed to relieve pressure on my brain. I do believe that it helps me, but I still need a walker to walk around. The other health problem that affects me all the time is that I have COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. So when I inhale, my lungs do not remove enough oxygen, or as much oxygen as they should. So I find myself constantly having to breathe through my mouth. And there are a whole bunch of things which I'm not really aware of as the day goes on. I have high blood pressure. I have osteoporosis. That means my bones are fragile. I have neuropathy in my right leg below the knee. I have chronic kidney disease. I've had 2 major operations for cancer. The first in 2007, they removed my esophagus. That was a major operation. I was in the hospital on morphine for 23 days. The surgeon said that one of the after effects of being on morphine for so long is that I would think more slowly than I did in the past. In 2018, here in Los Angeles, at LAC, USC, I was operated on for bladder cancer. That was a relatively minor operation, but I go back and forth with the urologists. Some of them want to give me a catheter, others say I don't need the catheter. Right now and during this trial, I have a catheter. I think I'm finished.
Do you sometimes have difficulty breathing?
Yes.
And the catheter that you mentioned, of course, is visible to the jurors, the tube coming down from your leg and into the device on your wheelchair.
Do you want me to hold it up?
No, I just want, my question is that the result of the catheter?
It's the result of having cancer bladder.
All right.
Bladder, yes, cancer bladder.
I want to start with talking about when you were a child. How many brothers or sisters do you have?
I have a younger brother who's 2 years younger than me, named Douglas. My sister is 4 years younger than me. Her name is Wendy. And I have a little brother whose name is Tommy, and he is 7 years younger than me.
Your mother, before your mother died, who among your family did you favor, and who among your family did your brother Douglas favor?
From what I remember as a little kid, whether we were playing Go Fish or Uno or Frisbee or whatever, it was always Mommy and Bobby against Daddy and Douglas. I always loved my mother, and I would make an effort to get along with my father.
How old were you when your mother died?
I was 7 years old when my mother died. She was 32. She either jumped or fell from the roof of our Monster home in Scarsdale, New York.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes, it was a typical Sunday night. My grandfather
Objection, relevant.
had come up from the city for
Sustained.
Sunday night dinner.
Motion to strike the answer, Your Honor.
Stricken.
Were you, what is your recollection of that night when she died?
My grandfather came into my bedroom and woke me up, walked me out into the hall, and pointed out the hall window and said, "Look, Bobby, there's Mommy on the roof." I looked out the window and there was Mommy on the roof. Now my grandfather did not say, "Good God, there's Mommy on the roof." It was just very flat. "There's Mommy on the roof. Wave at Mommy." So I waved at Mommy.
Motion to strike, relevant.
It's late. Your objection's late. Overruled.
Did you see her fall?
I did not see whether she jumped or fell.
Did you see her after she fell?
I saw her on the roof. I waved at Mommy on the roof. Then I was brought to my bedroom, and shortly thereafter, I heard my father yell, "Call the fire department." Shortly after that, I heard our maid, Mary, yell, "She's off the roof." Then there were lots of people in the house. I know now that it was the police department, the fire department, and the medical examiner's office, with lots of people walking around taking photographs. I was kind of left alone. My younger siblings were taken to a neighbor's house. I walked outside, and there was Mommy.
Objection, relevant.
On
This
the
one also, there's no
cobblestone.
question pending, and it's calling for a narrative. I've let it go for
Right.
a long time.
Next question.
What did you see?
Objection, relevant.
I
Sustained.
saw my mother lying on the
Sustained.
Motion to
cobblestone
strike.
in her nightgown.
No, I don't know that Mr. Durst either. He's not hearing your.
No, he isn't. So
Well,
I'll
or
tell
he's
the
just
jury to,
disregarding it.
If it's all right, Your Honor, I'll use hand signals to stop when appropriate.
it seemed that you were trying to do that, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. DeGuerin. The jury's to disregard that question and answer.
You were here in the courtroom when your brother Douglas testified that you weren't there. Were you there, and what did you see?
My brother Douglas testified that you could not see the part of the roof where my mother fell or jumped from the inside hall window. I've repeatedly said the same thing. You look out the window, you see the roof. Anyone could determine the facts of the situation simply by going to 27 Hampton Road, Scarsdale, New York. I went back in 2007.
Objection.
The house was identical.
There's an objection.
Okay, pause. Those are overruled, but no narrative. So let's stop there, and you may ask another question.
We have to have it question and answer, Bob. So I will stop you when you go on too long. Understand?
I mean, I know the rules. It just depends how they're handled.
Did you see your mother in the driveway?
Yes, I saw my mother on the
Objection
driveway.
relevant, Your Honor.
And when
Overruled.
Douglas Durst says that I could not have seen my mother on the roof from the window in the second floor hallway, Douglas Durst was lying. And there have been about a dozen newspaper articles, magazine articles, questioning whether I could have seen my mother on the roof. Now, this is a problem the media has.
Let's,
All anyone's
Objection,
got to
narrative.
know.
Yeah, thank you. I'm stopping that. This was a narrative. I'm striking the part about newspaper articles. He said that his brother Douglas was lying. I'll allow that, and we'll strike the rest.
So, bottom line, did you see your mother on the driveway?
I saw my mother on the driveway, on the cobblestones, in her nightgown. They say she died instantly.
For years after that, as you were growing up, did you have problems associated with that?
Objection relevant, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And 352.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we go to the side where for a moment, please?
Yes? Thank you. Just a moment. Deputy Washington may have a word. All right. You can hold it, it comes off of the stand, so you can just hold it loose.
I can't do it.
There's some concern about Mr. Durst being audible, so you'll be able to use that amplified microphone.
Mayor, can the court inquire of the jury if they've been thus far able to hear?
They're nodding, except the farthest juror away is having some trouble hearing, so we will have him use the microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Following your mother's death, did you blame your father?
Yes,
Did you have therapy and treatment?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Prior motion as well.
Sustained.
Did you start running away?
Same objection, Your Honor.
yes.
Overruled.
7-year-old Bobby Durst knew that it was my father's fault. Bobby Durst did not know how or why or anything like that. But Bobby Durst knew that his father had killed his mother. I started running away. Every couple of weeks, the neighborhood we lived in, there was nothing that was not a McMansion. Giant houses, all had outdoor garages. I quickly learned which houses left their garage doors open. I would go into a garage.
Motion to strike at this point as non-responsive and the narrative also.
We'll stop there. I don't want a whole narrative about this. Question and answer so that each question may be evaluated. Perhaps Mr. Durst can hold that microphone. Can he grab? No? Okay, he can't hold the microphone. Perhaps we can make it a little closer to him. Or Mr. Durst, if you will talk right into that microphone. The most important thing is that everybody hear you.
How about I take off the mask?
Let's see.
Can I
Let's
take
try
off
the
mask?
microphone. Try talking into the microphone, and if necessary, we may go there.
He said, try talking into the microphone first, and if that doesn't work, you can take off the mask.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Okay. Am I answering a question?
No.
Not yet. Next question.
You mentioned that you started
I have
running
an
away.
idea. Why don't you let John tell you what questions he wants me to answer?
I'd rather not.
I'm available to talk.
You'll have your chance.
You mentioned you started running away. What were you running away from?
The house. I hated the house. Tommy Durst testified how much I hated the house and how I kept begging my father to move. Yet he never sold the house where his wife died.
Objection,
We
relevance,
stayed
also
there for all
352.
18 years.
All right, overruled. You must object contemporaneously for me to sustain it.
Your Honor, does the court want me to interrupt him? I'm trying to...
You may listen to the question. If the question is objectionable, you may pose an objection. I will rule on the objection. We'll proceed in that way.
Your Honor, what does the court want me to do when Mr. DeGuerin asks a non-objectionable question, but then it just continues and goes into something else? I'm trying to give the witness the respect.
You may object to a narrative.
Okay.
So Bob, what that means is, let me ask questions. Don't go into a long narrative, and I'll try to interrupt it with questions. You understand?
Hard to give a short narrative.
You
We'll
may
see.
listen to the question and you may answer only the question. You may proceed, Mr. DeGuerin.
You mentioned that you ran away. You mentioned that there were many houses that had garages that you knew you could hide in. What were you running away from?
From the house where my mother died.
Overruled. The answer may stand.
I'm not sure that it was heard, Your Honor. May he repeat
He said his
the answer?
mother died.
No.
Next question.
I'm sorry. Did you run away from camp?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
I ran away from everything. My father kept sending me to see psychiatrists. And all the psychiatrists.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
I'll strike the part about psychiatrists.
Did you go to see psychiatrists?
Motion to strike is irrelevant.
No,
Also
well,
calling
no,
for hearsay.
No, irrelevant.
Yeah.
Sustained. Sustained.
Yes, I saw many psychiatrists.
Motion
I
to
said,
strike.
okay, let's pause for a second. So, a couple things. If I sustain an objection, you may not answer, Mr. Durst. In that case, I did sustain the objection. That means you could not answer. The jury's to disregard the answer and disregard the question. A juror raised his hand. It has to do with hearing or seeing.
Hearing. Can we make sure the microphone's on? It doesn't sound like it's on.
All right. Let's check that.
It's not.
Will you press the top, please? That's the on button. A green light will illuminate. Excellent. Let's try again with a mic that has been turned on.
Gold star for number 2.
Thank you.
Did you run away from school?
I ran away from school. I ran away from every place they took me. Eventually, yes, I ran away from school.
Where did you go to school?
I went to Scarsdale Elementary, Fox Meadow Elementary School, and Scarsdale High School.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes, I barely graduated from high school because I never spent any time there.
Did you go to college?
I went to Lehigh University, Lehigh.
Where is Lehigh University located?
Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
Let me finish my question. In Bethlehem, Pennsylvania?
Yes,
Is that near where you were arrested after Morris Black died?
it is exactly where I was arrested. I was arrested in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
We'll get to that. Not yet. How did you do in Lehigh? Did you graduate?
I managed to graduate, yes.
After Lehigh, what was going on in the country? Was that during the time of the Vietnam War?
Yes,
And were you draft eligible?
I was available, but for whatever the reason is, probably because I'd seen so many psychiatrists,
Objection, relevance.
draft board never called me.
All right, the draft board never called you.
Motion to strike.
I'll strike it, non-responsive.
Did the draft board ever call you?
No. Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Well, did you go into the service?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
Well, this is his background, Your Honor.
Yes?
What did you do?
I don't know what the question is.
What did you do after Lehigh? Did you go into the service? Did you go into the...
No, I went to UCLA.
How did you get into UCLA?
I applied to half a dozen graduate schools, and I was accepted in some of them. One of them was UCLA.
What sort of graduate courses were you looking to take?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
I was in the PhD economics program.
Is economics something that was of interest to you at the time?
Sort of, I guess.
So why did you choose UCLA?
It seemed like it should. Los Angeles, Hollywood, movies, it sounded like fun.
And was it fun?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how you met Susan Berman.
Well, after my first year at UCLA, 1966, friends of mine from New York, Stuart Altman and his younger brother Eric, came out and visited me. The Beta Theta Pi fraternity house in Westwood had a big sign out front that said rooms for rent. So the three of us rented a big room for the summer.
Were you a member of Beta Theta Pi, or did you just rent a room from them?
I had nothing to do with Beta Theta Pi, just rented the room.
Okay, go ahead. How did you meet Susan Berman?
So one night, what we did all summer long was to hang out at the Dykstra Pool, just west of UCLA's main campus, south of Sunset. I guess everybody knows that. There are a bunch of dormitories and a big recreation center. The first dorm that was built was called Dykstra, D-Y-K-S-T-R-A. And we spent the summer by the pool trying to pick up girls. One night I got back to the fraternity house around 9 or 10, and Stuart Altman introduced me to the girl that he had picked up that afternoon. Her name was Susan Berman. I readily found out that both her parents were dead and that her father had owned hotels in Las Vegas and had something to do with the mob.
Let me stop you. When you first met Susan Berman, did you and she hit it off?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury.
Well, the only thing Stuart Altman was interested in was the fact that Susan Berman had decided that she was going to keep it until she got married. So Stuart wandered off someplace, and Susan and I stayed up all night and talked. Stephen Silverman, who testified, said that when you have a conversation with Susan Berman, you listen. Well, whatever it was, that night I was relatively talkative, and we spent the whole night talking.
So what did you find in common with you and Susan?
Well, both of us were raised by others than our parents. Her parents were both dead. Her father died when she was 7. Her mother died when she was 12. My mother died when I was 7. My father couldn't handle me because I kept running away, and he kept sending me to see psychiatrists. The psychiatrist...
Objection, motion to strike is non-responsive. Also, it's a narrative.
All right, we are at a narrative, and let's see, just a moment.
The psychiatrist stuff I'm asking to be stricken.
Well, I will. I'm looking at anything else. No, I don't think so. We'll strike the psychiatrist part. The rest may stand.
Your Honor, could Mr. Durst be instructed not to bring up anything about psychiatrists unless he specifically asked, because it's coming up frequently?
Yeah, listen to the question, answer only the question.
Was there a period of time in your youth where you were sent to see psychiatrists on a regular basis?
Objection 352.
Sustained.
Yes, I saw
Sustained. Mr. DeGuerin, I sustained this objection
I
already.
just stopped him, Your Honor.
I know, but you asked the same question and only to stop him. Don't do that, please. Ask questions. Don't ask questions to which an objection will be sustained. And I've already made clear what will be sustained.
Was your father an absentee father?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
My father was...
Sustained. If I sustain an objection, do not answer the question. Next question, please.
So, how did you feel that you and Susan had things in common?
We were both rich. Susan had a trust fund and paid her $2,500 a month. Susan had a Mercedes-Benz SL. That first night we met, and it got to be morning, she took me out to her car, and we drove to Ship's Restaurant on in Westwood. And we pretty much talked until it was lunchtime.
All right, so you meet Susan Berman, you hit it off with her immediately, you stay up all night talking, you go to Ship's Restaurant the next day. Did your friendship with Susan continue?
Yes, we stayed friends. The next year, I applied to Claremont Graduate School.
All right. Now, where is Claremont Graduate School?
It's in Claremont, California. It's about an hour and 15 minutes east of Los Angeles.
Now, was this during your school at UCLA? Did you interrupt your school at UCLA?
I just left UCLA. For the 1 year I went to Claremont Graduate School, and then I went back to UCLA.
In the meantime, what did Susan do?
Susan graduated from UCLA, and she applied to Berkeley's graduate school in journalism, where she was accepted. At the time, I believe Berkeley's journalism program was considered the best in the West. I think it still is. And
All right. So Susan went to Berkeley, in Northern California, right?
Right.
And you went to Claremont Graduate School,
And then I went back to UCLA.
all right? So after Susan moved to Northern California to attend Berkeley, what did you do?
We visited each other frequently.
Bob, were you and Susan ever lovers?
No,
How would you characterize your friendship?
best friends.
All right, in the next few years, what happened as far as you and Susan
In
were concerned?
1968, I applied to become a VISTA, a volunteer in service to America.
Let me stop you there. What gave you the idea to become a VISTA volunteer?
They had a table at UCLA with information about VISTA. I walked by and I liked it, and I applied to become a VISTA.
And where was Susan Berman at that time?
Susan had become, I guess first, she graduated from journalism school about the same time as I went into VISTA. She got a job with the San Francisco Chronicle, and after 1 year, she went to work for something that was called City Magazine.
Is that a local publication in San Francisco?
Yes, it was very popular, but it did not last very long. But Susan became a star. She wrote an article, a cover article, called "Why I Can't Get Laid in San Francisco." And this made the front page of the magazine. And the San Francisco Chronicle picked it up on their front page too, with a big picture of Susan.
Were you proud of her success?
Well, I sort of thought it was the wrong thing for her career, but she liked it and she got lots of job opportunities from it.
In the meantime, what were you doing as a VISTA volunteer?
Well, being a VISTA volunteer was interesting. They sent me to Watts, and I lived in Watts, and I worked for an agency. Can I get some water?
Yes.
There you go, Dick, I got it. I got it.
You mentioned they sent you to Watts. What year was this?
1969.
Was this, what was the situation in Watts during that time?
Objection relevance.
The state,
What was VISTA doing there?
Objection relevance.
What did you do?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
They set up my program, all of us were in some way related to business. And we were supposed to help the people in business in Watts, mostly through getting bank loans, small business
Objection relevance.
administration loans.
352 as well.
Overruled.
Move on, though.
Your Honor, but he
Yes.
interrupted, so I'm not sure the jury heard the answer because he was speaking over him.
Everybody hear the answer? They're nodding. I heard it. Everybody heard it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Was Vista more or less a domestic Peace Corps?
Yes,
And so how long were you associated with Vista and in what?
for a year.
What did you physically do as a Vista volunteer?
I met with small business people in Watts, and I helped them fill out small business administration applications. In some cases, I co-signed loans.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
You may continue.
Your Honor, may we
No.
approach, Your Honor,
No.
may we approach, please?
No, but the narrative ends. Next question.
So, helping small businesses get loans for business, I presume, is that right?
Yes,
And what else did you do?
that's what I did.
All right. How long were you in that program?
A year.
And then what did you do?
Well, I read this, that at the time, there was something called the Whole Earth Review. And it was kind of a hippie book magazine. And I read about an article about people opening health food stores, mostly in New England. So I got the idea that I would go to New England and open a health food store. Really a health food general store.
All right, I'll ask you about that in a moment. But did you return to UCLA before you went to New England?
No, I just left.
So you did not graduate from...
Did not get a degree, no.
Okay. All right. So you got the idea that you wanted to have a health food store, but more or less a general store in New England. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you do in order to accomplish that?
Well, my father owned a big house an hour and a half north of New York City. It was a typical rich person's house on 11 acres, a glass house on top of a hill with a pool and a tennis court. So I called up Dad and asked him if it was all right if I moved into the Katona house, Katonah. Dad had bought it because everybody felt he should not have to stay in the city during the weekends. The thing of it was is that Dad loved the city, and having this house was more of a problem than a solution.
So, what was your plan about the Katona house that your father owned and was not using?
I just moved into it. Dad wanted me to go into the family business which is called the Durst Organization, and at that time was one of probably the top 10 owners of office space in Manhattan.
Did you want to go into the Durst Organization business?
No.
I want to ask a little bit about the history of the Durst Organization. There's been some evidence that it was a tradition for the oldest member of the family to take over the business. How many siblings did Seymour Durst have?
Seymour Durst had 4 siblings.
Who started the Durst Organization?
My grandfather, Joseph Durst. Joseph and Rose Durst had 5 children, from oldest to youngest. They were Edwin Durst, Alma Durst Askin, Seymour Durst, my father, Royal Durst, and David Durst.
So, if it had been the tradition for the oldest sibling to take over, that would not have been Seymour, was it?
No, it was never like that.
What was it like?
Well, Edwin Durst just didn't like it. So I wasn't there, but seemingly from the very beginning, he did not like New York City, and he did not like the real estate business. So my grandfather gave up trying to get Edwin Durst to run the business. So the next oldest one was my father, Seymour Durst.
Did Seymour run the business after your grandfather gave it up?
Yes.
All right. And basically what was and is this Durst Organization business in New York?
In New York City, particularly in Manhattan, all the properties are very small. So if you're going to build a big building, you have to buy up a whole bunch of little properties and get the tenants out. New York City has very strong rent control laws. I think a lot stronger than out here. Once a tenant is in a residential facility, they can stay there until they die, as long as they pay the rent. So the business was buying small buildings, removing the tenants, demolishing the small buildings, using the land for parking, until you got enough little buildings together to build a big building.
So was that more or less the business plan of the Durst Organization?
That was it.
Did you have any interest in doing that?
Well, that summer, when I was 69, I spent...
You just said that summer when I was 69. Are you talking about the year 1969?
I'm sorry. I meant to say 1969.
Okay, that summer. Go ahead.
I spent a lot of time driving around New England and looking at little towns, trying to find a place where I would be comfortable living and running a store. And
Were you living at the Katona house by then?
yes, and Dad kept leaning on me to come into the business so he could show me the business.
Did you want to do that?
No,
What did you want to do?
I wanted to go open my store someplace.
And that was the idea that you had come across when you were a Vista volunteer and you were in school in California?
When I finished my Vista program, I left Los Angeles and moved to New York. Vista was the past.
And so, when you were driving, you just testified you were driving around New England looking for a place to start a store. Was that the plan that you had from California?
Yeah.
All right. Did you find a place that you thought would be good for your plan to have a health food store or a general store in New England?
Yes, Middlebury, Vermont. It's a small town with a very selective college. Middlebury College is one of the most selective small colleges in the country.
So describe, if you will, what you thought was ideal for your plan to have a health food store and a general store.
Section relevant to 352.
Or
I guess the answer to the question is yes.
That's not the, no, that wouldn't be an appropriate answer. Here, let me repeat my question. Did you find that Middlebury, Vermont was an ideal place for your plan for a health food store and general store?
The answer is yes.
What was it about that place that caused you to make that decision?
It was quaint. I really don't know. There was no competition. There were lots of towns that would have been great, but somebody had already gotten there.
Okay, so what did you find? What were you able to do?
I leased space, 4,000 square feet in Middlebury, Vermont, signed a lease to open the store.
And did you have a place to live there?
Objection 352, Your Honor.
I rented the downstairs of a house
Overruled. Oh, go ahead.
for $80 a month.
80? 80? 8? Did you say $80 a month?
The store rent was $130 a month. The apartment rent was $80 a month.
Did you have sufficient income to pay that rent?
Yes, from the time I was 18, there were family trusts that paid me an income. That's when I answered before. One of the things Susan Berman and I both had in common is that we both had trust funds set up by our parents.
Okay, when you find this store to rent, and you find a house to rent or home to rent in Middlebury, was it your plan to live in Katona or to live in Middlebury?
Plan was to live in Middlebury.
You had been living at the Katona house, right?
Yes, and I left things in one of the bedrooms. I would periodically go to New York and stay at the Katona house. And I went along with Dad's desire
Check
and I would visit the business. I can't say I worked there. I would just go to some meetings and things
Objection
that Dad wanted me to do.
Okay, I
Okay,
need to
we'll
break it
stop
up
there.
with questions.
We'll pause. Yes, it's becoming a narrative. We have ordinarily one lawyer, not two, object. Are you passing the torch to Mr. Bailey and Mr. Lewin?
No.
Oh,
Dick, he's
one,
objected more than me. You should-
No, rules
No.
of court provide for one attorney to perform a task at a time. Otherwise, I got 10 of you doing it, and
No, well,
you'll drive me. I'll really drive me
Mr.
crazy.
Bailing was just over enthusiastic, Your Honor, trying to move this along.
Thought maybe he
well,
fell
that's the
asleep.
pot calling the kettle black.
All right, enough fun. Back to work. Next question.
Who else lived at the Katona house when you were there?
When I got there was nobody there. But sometime that fall, my brother Douglas decided that he wanted to work in the family business, and he moved into the same house in Katona, New York, with his wife and his 2 children.
What was the relationship between you and Douglas Durst at that time?
We never liked one another. Fortunately, the house was very big, and he could have his end of it, and I could have my end of it, and I was hardly there anyway.
So where were you spending your time?
I was spending my time in Middlebury.
Just as an aside, where was Susan Berman and what was she doing while this was going on, while you were starting your store in Middlebury?
Susan had had this great success with her cover article about not being able to get laid, and she had stayed with City magazine. And at some point, around 1969 or 1970, Susan decided that she wanted to write a book about her life story of growing up in Las Vegas. Her father's name was Davy Berman, who was a well-known associate of Bugsy Siegel. Bugsy Siegel's right-hand man, he was called.
All right. And so she wanted to...
I think we'll take a little break. Now, we had a sort of a long break earlier, longer than I planned, but I think a short break for everyone in case you need just to rearrange ourselves. So let's take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Let's go to 3:45. Do not converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form a
in this case regarding information about Mr. Durst's activities that relate to the case or information that touches certain witnesses who have testified. It is quite another for them to put on a narrative of kind of poor little rich boy and then interpose things like, and maybe the court didn't hear my objection. I objected when Mr. Durst volunteered that in addition to arranging loans, he said sometimes he would give them the loans himself.
No.
Which is clearly an attempt by Mr. Durst to try and appear to this jury as if he has certain attributes that are clearly irrelevant. So my issue, Your Honor, and I want to respect the court's position, if the court believes that all this is relevant, and this isn't privy to, then I'm not going to object, but I'm trying to understand how questions about what rent he paid in all good things in the late 60s, how that's not relevant to anything that we put on. It's not relevant to any defense they have. And I'm concerned. I'm secondarily concerned with the idea, and it hasn't happened for a while, that Mr. Durst wants to bring up his treatment by psychiatrists. As the court's aware, the defense had ample opportunity, in fact they said they were going to do it, to call a mental health expert to testify to these things. I don't know if the court is aware of it, but in the Galveston trial, the reason that they later said they did not call an expert in Galveston was because they were able to get Mr. Durst to testify about this information without objection. So my concern is that what we've got here is we've got an attempt to kind of sneak in this information by Mr. Durst without any cross-examination. So those are the issues, and I'm hoping the court can provide some guidance, and also to mention to Mr. Durst that he is not to mention anything. The word psychiatrist should not come out of his mouth.
Mr. Lewin, first of all, you're not correct that Mr. Durst testified that he gave loans. He did say he co-signed Vista loans. I'm not sure what that means. It does not mean personally giving a loan. He did mention psychiatrists. I've stricken that at every occasion, and each occasion it's non-responsive. Had there been a question about psychiatry or psychological treatment, I would have sustained your objection. The jury should not hear about psychiatry. Not only that, it doesn't amount to a defense. I'm not instructing on any psychiatric defense unless there's some evidence of it. None has been presented. I have given you enormous leeway in giving context to your presentation. I'm giving some leeway to the defense on the idea that Mr. DeGuerin is going to tie this into relevant evidence. However, the entirety of a person's experience is that may be relevant to the case is not simply the facts and circumstances of the commission of crimes. Therefore, I'm going to let the defense have some leeway to present a story in a coherent way that it includes, hopefully, the specifics behind his initial denial of responsibility.
This is why, Your Honor, as the court's aware, I was not objecting much. I am concerned, the court's right, when he says, though, that he's co-signing, in the end, whether he's giving the loan or co-signing the loan, that is still an irrelevant issue that is certainly injected as a means of making look at it as if Mr. Durst is a certain kind of individual,
yes,
etc.
People try to make themselves look good with adding a word or two to their answers. If that specific word isn't responsive, the balance of the answer was responsive. I wasn't going to strike his answer because he volunteered a word or two that made him look good. If you want to cross-examine him about his co-signing of loans for people who he was helping through the VISTA program, that's fine. It seemed to me that you explored the circumstances of his development of a friendship with Susan Berman. This is the other side of that. He's describing how their lives intersected and when they did not, why they did not. So I'm giving the defense, as I said, a little bit of leeway to make a coherent presentation. That is the reason why I've overruled some of your objections, and that is the spirit with which I will rule on future objections.
No problem, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Recess. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Jurors and alternates all have returned. People versus Durst, Mr. Durst, Terry, Mr. DeGuerin, and Mr. Chesnoff. We have Mr. Milius, Mr. Lewin, Mr. Bailey, and Mr. Henderson, Mr. Miata also. You may resume your examination of the witness, Mr. DeGuerin.
Bob, I started to ask you about where Susan was and what she was doing while you were working on opening your store in Middlebury, Vermont. What was Susan doing then?
So this is like 1969, 1970. Susan was working for City Magazine, and she had decided that she wanted to write a book about the story of her life. I think I said before the break that her father was a well-known lobster type. Davy Berman was Bugsy Siegel's right-hand man. Susan had photographs of herself at her birthday parties when she was young with Liberace performing for her and her friends. And she felt that in order to get the book published, she should move to New York, which is where the publishers were.
Let's get this microphone a little bit closer to him, or maybe you could speak directly into it. It seems to me his voice has dropped off a little bit, and it might not be quite as audible as just before the break. That looks better. Thank you, Mr. DeGuerin.
So did Susan move to New York?
I need a little background here. From shortly after I got back to New York, I had taken a floor in one of my family's townhouses and in the city, and I was using that as when I stayed in the city. I told Susan that if she wanted to, she could move into my second bedroom. So Susan moved to New York and moved into the second bedroom in the town. New Yorkers call them brownstones. Out here they're called townhouses. So Susan moved in to the second bedroom on the one floor of a townhouse that I was using. She stayed there for about 6 months when she rented an apartment in a well-known area called Beekman Place.
Okay. During this time, Susan moves to New York, stays in your spare bedroom, and then gets her own place 6 months later. What were you doing? Were you working in New York, or were you working to open your store, or were you doing both?
I was spending very little time in the city. Most of my time I was in Middlebury, Vermont. But I still had friends from high school and college in the city. The man who introduced me to Susan, Stuart Altman, had graduated from Brooklyn Law School and had just gotten divorced. He needed a place to stay, so I had my comfort, a little residential leasing agent show him apartments in the city. He moved into a building 1 block from where I was living.
All right, I'm going to stop you there so I can ask another question about that. The jury has seen Stuart Altman. We know that he also introduced you to Susan when you were going to UCLA. What role does Stuart Altman then play in your meeting Kathy McCormack, who later became your wife?
So one weekend, Stuart called me up and said the 2 cute girls had just moved into the building where he was renting an apartment. He brought them over to my apartment and we went out to dinner. One of them was Kathy McCormack. Kathy McCormack and I got along very, very well.
So tell us, from that very first moment, what was your impression of Kathy?
She was pretty. And she was interesting. We could talk for a long time. We stayed up most of the night just talking to one another. She had just gotten out of high school and had spent a year working for as a receptionist in a dental clinic. She did not have Kathy did not have any dental training. She could not clean teeth or anything like that. Her role was mostly to take the patients from the reception area into the dental rooms.
Okay, let me stop you there and ask another question. I'd ask you what your impression was of Kathy. Did you and she hit it off well?
We hit it off real well. We went out a couple more times in New York. And when I went up to Middlebury, Vermont, she came with me and stayed for 3 or 4 days.
Had you already opened your store in Vermont?
No, the store was still a work in progress. We were buying lumber for shelves and bookcases and cabinets, and we were doing a lot of the work ourselves, cutting 2x4s and cutting plywood.
So, to clarify, was the store open when you took Kathy up to Vermont with you, or not?
When Kathy first visited me, the store was not open. It took another couple of months. I was hiring students from Middlebury College. At the time, the minimum wage in Vermont was $1.60 an hour. So it was very inexpensive for me to hire students to help me build the store. Kathy must have visited me probably once every 3 weeks for 4 or 5 months. Each time she would stay a little longer. Then she went and quit her job in the dentist's office and moved in with me in Vermont.
So, from the period of time when you first met Kathy until she came to spend time with you Vermont until the time that she actually moved in with you in Vermont. Tell the jury how your relationship with Kathy progressed.
Well, it progressed the usual way.
Did you fall in love?
Yeah, we were both in love. We both liked to be with each other. Middlebury, Vermont was very quaint, easy to live in. There was not much in the way of entertainment. You had to entertain yourselves.
Well, what was your business plan about the store?
Well, when a new store opens in a small town, the wholesalers are all very interested in getting you to stock your shelves with their products. In Vermont, there were a lot of farms. A lot of people grew vegetables and fruit and things where they had no place to sell. So we were able to very quickly go into business, and we could stock the shelves with everything we needed. And we would not have to make a payment for 6 months or a year. And if whatever it was that we had brought into the store did not sell, the wholesalers would take it back. So it was pretty easy to start the business from scratch. A typical day, Kathy and I would walk from the downstairs of this house we had rented to the store. It was about half a mile. I'd work in the store all day and walk home. Part of the house that we rented used wood for heat. So we learned about how to cut up logs using a bow saw and using a log splitter so that we had heat in the whole house. And we would cook these elaborate meals. The store sold a whole bunch of hippie-type books, things on how to bake bread, lots of recipe books, and things about living off the land.
Let me stop you and ask another question. The store had been your idea in the beginning, and then you met Kathy, and Kathy started spending more time until she actually moved in with you in Vermont. Tell the jury how Kathy took to the store and the idea of living in a small community.
Well, Kathy was from New York City, just outside of New York City. So everything was brand new to her in terms of a small town and what you did in a small town. Like bingo night was a great big deal. Everybody would go to bingo night because there wasn't much else there. There was one small movie theater. Periodically, if you went to the 9 o'clock show, there'd be a sign up on the door that nobody had showed up for the 7 o'clock, and the guy had canceled the 9 o'clock. There were few restaurants. Living in a small town was as new to her as it was to me. Everybody knew everybody. the postman lived upstairs.
Did you
for
like it?
example.
Did you like it?
We both liked it.
And I was gonna ask you if Kathy took to it also.
We both liked it.
What role did Kathy play in running the store?
Same as me. We both worked on building shelves and cabinets, and we both worked the cash register, and we both worked on opening up the boxes that the stuff came in.
So you
and
worked
putting
side,
it on the shelves and putting prices on it.
so you worked side by side?
Yeah,
Did you enjoy that?
yeah.
What was the situation with the Durst organization and your father in New York during that time?
Well, my dad visited us probably once every couple of months and stayed overnight at the Middlebury Inn. And Dad was very interested in convincing me that I should come back to New York because obviously the store was never going to make me rich. He was right. It was never going to make me rich.
Did that matter to you?
It didn't bother me at all.
Why
Because
not?
I was making so much money from the trust income. More money came in every month than I could possibly spend. My biggest expense was paying income tax on my income. Other than that, I spent very little money.
Well, did you see the store as being a huge success or not?
It was a success to me. It made a little bit of money. Well, I didn't really care that much. Sometimes when we looked over what we were doing, we would realize that we were selling stuff for less than what we had bought it for. Well, I mean, it was never something where we needed the money, because we had money.
What did you call the store?
All good things.
How did you land on that name?
It comes from something or other which I can't remember right now.
So what did the store sell other than natural food? You said it was
We
natural
sold a
food.
little bit of everything, a little bit of hardware. If you wanted a hammer, we had a hammer. If you wanted nails, we had some nails. If you wanted a screwdriver, we had a screwdriver and some screws. We sold some toiletries. Our joke was you could have any kind of toothpaste you wanted as long as it was Colgate. We sold toothbrushes. We sold combs. We sold a bunch of different soaps. But there was one of everything.
Did you sell food also?
Oh, it was mostly food,
What kind of food?
health food.
How did you?
Granola.
I'm sorry? Granola? Was granola invented back then?
Lots of
Relevance.
granola.
352?
Right.
There's an exception for humor.
It was
When
a,
I hear humor, I'll want to.
yeah, no, thanks for keeping it light. Now let's move to the next area.
All right. So, Bob, when you went into the city, did you actually go to the Durst organization from time to time to work?
I did not work. Sometimes Dad would tell me that there's a such and such meeting, and would you please come and sit in the room during the meeting? And periodically I would do that. But I would do it sort of my way. In Middlebury, Vermont, I would wear jeans and a work shirt. Dad convinced me. Actually, one day when we were walking to dinner, he stopped at Brooks Brothers. Brooks Brothers was known as a store for executives. It's not like it is now, where there are Brooks Brothers in lots of shopping centers. Then there was one Brooks Brother. It was in Manhattan, in Midtown.
Was there more or less a uniform for working at the Durst organization?
That was it.
What?
So I bought a suit, and periodically I would go into the business and sit in on a meeting. I felt bad about rejecting Seymour. My dad felt that I was rejecting this business which he had spent his lifetime creating for me. Except I did not feel like it was for me. I felt he was doing what he loved doing, period.
And did you want to do that?
I felt like I should do something so that he did not feel like I was being spiteful to him.
On the other hand, what was your work uniform in Middlebury, Vermont?
Jeans and a work shirt.
How were you more comfortable?
In Middlebury, Vermont, I was never comfortable in my suit.
Kathy was living with you by then in Vermont and running the store. How did she feel about your trips to New York to work for the Durst organization?
Whenever I told Kathy that I was going to New York for several days, she would start to get sort of upset. I think she guessed what was going to happen in the future, which was that I was eventually going to give in and go to work in the Durst organization.
So, again, did you want to do that? Did you want to go give up what you had in Vermont?
I wanted to stay in Vermont, but I convinced myself that I should go work in the Durst organization for a couple of years. And then Dad would see that I did not like it and that I was not good at it, and it would be okay with him if I did not work in the Durst organization. By 1971, Kathy and I had decided to get married.
All right. So, my next question was going to be how long you and Kathy had the store in Vermont.
Probably a year and a half.
That gets us to 1971.
in 1971, we decided we would get married. My initial reaction, I wanted to make sure Kathy was aware that I did not want to have children.
I'm going to get to that in just a moment. But first, I want, there was a photograph that was, the jury's already seen it, but I'd like to put it up again and ask you about it. It's our number, it hadn't been marked yet as ours, but it's our number 8.
Pete, what, People's Exhibit number?
I'm not sure what number it was as People's Exhibit. Can we have it marked as ours?
Could be defense H.
Oh, yeah, this screen is not working, so the jury will have to take a look at this other screen.
I think the TV just needs to be turned on.
No, it's a problem. The jury can look at this today. We'll have it restored in the morning.
So Bob, what's the number? What's the exhibit?
Your Honor, it was People 63.
People 63.
Defense.
Your Honor, should we mark it as ours also?
So why don't we, I think it's going to get confusing if we double mark exhibits.
Yeah.
It's People 63.
I agree.
That's the rule.
People 63. So Bob, what are we looking at? Can you see it?
Yes, it's me in my hippie uniform and Kathy on our wedding day.
What day was that?
We did it on my 30th birthday, April 12th, 1973.
Where in the world did you get that tie? That didn't come from Brooks Brothers, did it?
He hadn't met Chip Lewis yet, had he?
He had not. You don't have to answer that. Bob, tell us about that day.
Well, as it was, Kathy's father died when she was 12 from colon cancer. It was a terrible thing that she went through and that her father went through. In those days, if you got colon cancer, well, maybe it's the same way today, but what her father went through was having an incision in his side and a bag attached to it, kind of like the bag that I've got here for my urine, but this was for his
Maybe
poop.
relevant to Your Honor?
And you have special clothes made. What?
Just a minute.
Oh,
You go ahead.
And you have special suits made with a pocket that holds basically a day's worth of poop. And you've got to clean the thing out, of course. Seemingly, he lived for about 9 months like that, and then he died. And I can get back to our wedding day. Since Kathy had no father, and I had no mother, and neither of us was interested in having a big party, what we did was we found this glade about 10 minutes from the house in Katona. We told nobody we were getting married, except I told my dad and Kathy told her mother. We went downtown New York to the municipal building and we got a marriage license. We invited a priest and a rabbi. Kathy was Catholic. I am Jewish. But neither of us did much of the partaking of our religion. So the priest and the rabbi.
Streamline this, please.
Okay.
Priest or rabbi, I mean, let's,
Well,
If he says they went into a bar.
No, I'm not gonna make, I'm not gonna go there, but let's, it is a narrative, and even though this is a story.
you understand, Bob, I need to break it up in question and answer.
Yeah.
So, you and Kathy were married by both a priest and a rabbi? That's a question.
I don't know what the question is.
Okay. Is there a delay on the screen? Never
Is
mind.
there a delay on the screen? Minimal.
Okay,
But if I ask a question,
let me ask a question. You were married by both a priest and a rabbi on your birthday, is that right?
yes.
Was it a happy occasion for you?
So we invited Kathy's mother and my father.
My question is, was it a happy
It
occasion?
was happy.
Was Kathy happy?
Kathy was ecstatic.
Were you happy?
I was ecstatic.
Were you in love?
We were both very much in love.
Where were you living and where did you plan to live in the next year or so?
Well, about a year before we got married. About a year before we got married, I promised Dad that I would shut the store or sell the store and come work in the Durst organization. But I told him that if I did not like it, I would only do it for a little while. I was very pleasantly surprised to find out that there were people who wanted to run our health food store. So I was able to sell the lease and to sell the inventory, I guess you call it, and make a small profit. And we gave up the lease on the apartment where we were living in Middlebury.
So where were you living then when you and Kathy married?
Well, there's more to the last part of it. So I sold the store, gave up the lease on the apartment. We had bought what's called a quarter section, 160 acres of forest land on the hillside about 40 minutes outside of Middlebury, where we planned on building a house someday. So we kept the land. We moved into the Katona house, and we fixed up the apartment in the city where Susan Berman had visited us.
So
Before we did that, we went on our honeymoon.
I'm going to ask you about that. But so at the time of your marriage, were you living in Katona and the apartment in Manhattan and had given up the house in Vermont?
Yes, I gave up the rented apartment that we were living on in Vermont. It was the downstairs of a house.
All right. Now, you mentioned your honeymoon. Did you and Kathy take a honeymoon?
Yeah, so we got a van,
What
and
kind
we
of
spent a lot of time.
what kind of van? What kind of van?
Ford,
All right.
and we built all kinds of stuff in the van. We had a mattress and an ice box and some kind of a stove. And we took 2 months and drove around the country. We visited Susan. Susan had already moved to New York, so we did not visit Susan in San Francisco. We visited my baby brother Tommy in San Francisco.
What was your relationship with Tommy then?
He was 7 years younger than me. So when I got out of high school at 18, when I was 18 and moved away from Scarsdale, he was only 11. So we never saw each other very much.
All right, you mentioned that you and Kathy were taking your honeymoon by driving around the country in a van.
Yes, and I found my itinerary. I left out someplace in there between Susan leaving San Francisco Chronicle and going to work for City Magazine. She bought a house on Clay Street where I had visited her. Then she moved to New York.
Okay. Now, when Susan had the house on Clay Street in San Francisco, that was before you and Kathy had met and married, right?
That was before I met Kathy, yes.
Okay. So back to your honeymoon. Do I understand, tell the jury, did you travel around the country and live in your van for a couple of months?
Yes.
Bob, even though it was trust money, did you need to live in a van traveling around the country and sleep by the side of the road?
Absolutely not.
Why did you do it?
What I wanted to do.
Did Kathy
What
want it?
we wanted to do.
And how was it?
It was fun.
You've heard Tommy, your little brother, testify here that he resented you to this day for pulling a trick on him in a revolving door. Do you remember that event?
I remember Tommy's testimony. I don't remember the incident. Tommy said, and this is when he was an adult, so I don't know how old we were then. I don't remember when he was talking about me ignoring him in the revolving door. It was not when he was little. He was a grown-up.
At any rate, tell the jury a little bit about where you went, you and Kathy, when you spent your 2-month honeymoon.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
What did you do after you and Kathy came back from your honeymoon?
I went to work at the Durst organization. It was just like I expected it to be. and I did not love it. I barely liked it at all. I was in a room with a whole bunch of suits. All day long, and people would talk about language in a lease or in a mortgage. I gradually figured out how to do things, but it was not something I loved. Meanwhile, for Kathy, life had gone the other way. Kathy's family, her brother went to college. None of her older 3 sisters went to college. Kathy did not plan on going to college. But when we were in Middlebury, she got an idea that she wanted to be a nurse. Thinking back, to when her father was so sick.
It's time for us to break for the day because it is now after 4:30. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you remind you not to converse among yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected with this case. Do not form or express any opinion on the case. We will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Tomorrow, isn't tomorrow dark?
Tomorrow is not, I have misspoken. I'm thinking ahead to Wednesday at 9 a.m. when we are returning. I'll be here tomorrow. Lawyers will be here, but you will not. You'll return Wednesday at 9 a.m. Thanks for catching that. Received a note earlier from a juror about an issue that went away. I just want you to know that we heard from the juror. Let's see. So what this juror was concerned about today instead would be an issue on Wednesday, hoping to leave at 3:30.
I originally had that we left at 3:30 on both Wednesday and Thursday.
That's what the.
Pardon? So Thursday we're leaving at 3:30. So let me say that I think that sometimes at the beginning of an examination of a witness, it's useful, particularly in this instance, it's useful to get your bearings, get used to testifying, and sometimes easy questions are a good way to start. But tell me all the places you went in the van during your honeymoon is not, that's stretching it. So let's keep it a little bit tighter than that, and that is any part of the story that is going to illuminate an actual defense or a refutation of the people's case, or something that would reduce the credibility of a witness presented by the people, that's fine. But I just want to give you that suggestion. Now, is there anything else for me to consider?
Two quick issues.
Yes.
First issue is the issue with the juror on August 19th.
We'll get to it. I will see how we're doing.
Okay. The second issue, Your Honor, is I would like the court to indicate for the record, because the Court of Appeal is going to have, they'll have a naked transcript, but they're not going to have what the court has, and that would be that not only is Mr. Durst not showing any issues relating to competence, etc., his memory, the way he responds, his expressions, in every way, he is not only testifying with what appears to be complete command, he's got a substantially better memory and recall than the memory expert just testified. So I just want to make sure that this is...
You can't help him.
Is that gratuitous? I mean,
No, it's not gratuitous.
Here's our witness here, and that's completely unfair for you to say that, but I will agree with you, though. I made an extensive record that there's no reason this witness could not testify. I had every confidence that he would be able to testify clearly and intelligently as he is doing now. That's sufficient. That's a sufficient record. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes.
will the court provide us with a number that we should call tomorrow to do, we're supposed to work?
Yeah, so tomorrow, Mr. Durst has waived his presence in writing in open court. I've received that. You're welcome to be here or to phone in. The policy of this court is to encourage remote appearances. I want to have the jury instructions ready. We've got about 10 paragraphs at issue. I have sent out my 11th draft of these instructions. I hope to conclude with our 12th draft and final draft tomorrow.
Then we'll be calling in then, Your Honor.
That's very good. From our judicial assistant will give you the number you may call.
Does that mean will you be here, Your Honor? Or?
I will be here. We're going to be on the record.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, if
Yes.
we do decide to come, may we be more casual, or?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
And what time are you
9 o'clock. Actually, can you make it 8? You want to do 8:30?
Well, we can do whatever time the court wants.
9 o'clock's fine.
Okay. And we just need the number then, Your Honor.
Yes, Jay will give it to you. All right, anything else before I
Thank you, Your Honor.
recess? All right, Department 1 is adjourned.